everybody. Welcome to the stream. I don't know why I went hello. That's a new one for me. Stream, welcome. Hi. Have a good time in my stream that I'm hosting for you. We're doing it. We're doing it. Anyways, Talos Principle, eh? Let's get that going, huh? Shall we? There's got Galaxy. Any day now, any week. We should get it running. And, yeah, that would be nice. It would be nice, is what I would say. But, okay. Let's see. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ. Don't be dropping random redeem codes on me, please. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. Should be right here. Okay. And here we are. It's not looking so hot out here in the Gehenna. 2B says Duffer's not doing, and Lucky Battery. He also says that background looks cool, by the way. It is. I have other versions of it. I've really got to set up my fancier streaming setups. Yeah, it's looking a little wild out there. Anyways, we've got some busy work to do. Welcome to, honestly, probably my favorite part of the game geographically. Very pretty. He says this is an expansion. Yeah, Road to Gehenna is indeed an expansion. That's an interesting use of momentum. So yeah, we've got 2 stars to find. Here's one. Right over there. And... actually, it says, Defers. Evening. Hi. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. And here is another star we have to collect. So getting into them ought to be an interesting endeavor. Let's just put it like that. Very easy to lock yourself in if you're not careful. So the first question, as usual, is, can we smuggle a box out? Because that would help. The answer is unclear, but maybe. Maybe not, though. Hard to say. Exit says, same to you. Work's been insane. Glad to catch a stream. We're doing Talos Principle. It's an interesting puzzle one. If we could get 2 boxes on top, then we could at least get over there, but good luck trying to do that. And we can always just jam it like this. that disproves that we can get to there from there. We might be able to get to here from there, though it's hard to say. There's also the possibility we could smuggle a block from another map, but I can't think of one off the dome that would permit me to do that. Even if we could, it'd be a long hike. Though this game does like to make you take long hikes, so hard to judge. Can't really climb up the... Can't really do a Skyrim horse in this game, which about makes sense, puzzle games being what they are. Well, I believe the first step is to just solve the puzzle the vanilla way, potentially. It's really hard to say what the first step to getting this star is. We'll see if that ends up working. Well, that was a little unusual. Okay. Now we've got to get this lined up. It's out of tune. Interesting. So yeah, that's good. And then with that, we could, in theory, jam this one. And if we find some secondary way to get blue over to here, we would hypothetically have power for it. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. We can't really get blue from there. Well, I say that, but in theory we might be able to. I mean, we might be able to get it up there, but I don't know about down here. Right? That's the problem. We can just about see the purple, which implies that we can't really get a beam down here. But we're clearly missing something. What exactly isn't open to me? Yeah, in theory, the Harmony map has a bunch of parts that you can, with enough concerted effort, remove. Whether that would be enough, that remains to be seen. I suppose I could go upstairs there to check. Yeah. That basic bit, definitely, Right, here's Harmony. There's a place where I got a star at already, but at least in theory, we might be able to get stuff out of here. If you can, that'd be one way. Come to think of it. if you don't care about this puzzle, you can grab all this stuff fairly easily. Which is nice. Now, once you put it all together, do you have enough equipment to actually get out of here? That is its own question. Unless, of course, you need to turn on the fan. At which point you actually do need to solve the puzzle. If you do need to turn on the fan, then it's going to be a big pain. Because with that fan, you can actually grab stuff and take it over there, but it's not clear if that would actually be helpful. There's a theory of the star here, but apart from that, I don't remember there being anything that would really help you to escape the map. No. You got these guys. I don't think they go far enough to be useful to escape the map. In theory, you could put a hexahedron here, and maybe... Well, no, you're just going straight through that, huh? And you got something like this where you slide right off. I think we can happily rule that out. And we got this connector, which... No, it seems like we've got all that we might need. At least in theory. Just how to get it out of here. We can hop on down. It does seem that we can hop back up. Maybe from the outside we can grab a box. If we could go grab a box from outside, that might be something. Definitely a stair-step pattern. I don't see a way down. Or a way up on the other side, so... You can kind of Skyrim horse up here. Which would let me see if there was any irregularities, but there don't happen to be. Other than that... Yeah, maybe beaming down some power from up there would be our next best bet. If that were somehow possible, that might do it. Another alternative is to try and get over there. What is that? Strange, whatever that is. That is a suspicious little device, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's a weird brazier, huh? Okay. Well, if my hypothesis is correct, and we do need a giant light bridge, the way that we would form it is by crossing this aqueduct. I'm going to suppose we could get across that way, maybe. I don't know. Worth a shot. It'd save us some time if so. Alright. This one's one of my favorites. So it is a bit of a pain, and I'm not exactly the best at it. Case in point. Okay. Nice. Interesting. If my hypothesis is true, which it may not be, we would, in fact, have a bit of a problem. Well, no, not really. We would have to get over here. Which is fine. We can do it from, let's say, over here. Okay. Now we just gotta go climb up. Yeah, we can't exactly go that way. We immediately OB. Okay. So, yep. The auto jumping makes this weird, but it's better than the alternative, I suppose. Okay, we got incoming. We should just be able to, yep. And here we are. Interesting, a little recess. I didn't anticipate this one. Oh, good lord. Just goes wherever it wants, huh? Okay, well, in theory... God damn it. If we could get it over to the lawn over there, that might be better. The real question is, can we? Let's give it a shot. Okay. And you... Oh, god damn it. That's what I was worried about. Oh, god damn it. 2. God damn it, the sequel. Alright, well. Hold on a second. I don't need to... Yeah. I don't need to do the full puzzle anymore. I just need a blue beam. This one counts. Okay. 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 It's finicky. What I'm doing right now is real finicky. Maybe too finicky. I don't know if I can push it any further than I already have, frankly. It'd be real rough to do it. Well... Jesus Christ, this thing was clearly... This is like puzzle game expansion mechanic. Like, this would not have cleared QA, but they're like, if we for the main game, but if we've got you here deep enough, you will jiggle, you'll do this, right? And it's like, yeah, I guess I will. God damn it. Okay. I guess the real test is, can we even? Can we even? And I don't really think we can. Not without some other tool or something else. Some further kind of assistance. Even then, not so sure on that. Ah, that's not a traditional parabolic arc. Let's put it like that. At least one problem is, this will only work for a little bit, right? And we need both boxes to have this happen. I guess if we had a third box, we'd be able to do something. But a third box and a third connector, where do you get those? Now that I'm not so clear on. You know, last stream Vino did give us a link to a Steam guide. Maybe I ought to pop it open. Yeah, see, this is the problem with this naive attempt, right? Like, that beam doesn't do that. If we do just one beam over here, that doesn't do that either. So, I suppose I could give it a look-see. I could give it a peek-see. Where's my Discord? There it is. Got a little weird, but that's okay. Let's see. Let's see. Road to Gehenna. Zone 3, Part 1, I guess? Yeah, we're in Zone 3. Star 10, Pendulum. Yeah, we've got both of those. Star 11... Wait, no, hold on. Okay. So, Star 10, Pendulum. First hint. To activate the second blue laser receiver, you will have to solve the puzzle without pendulating the laser beam. Okay, yeah, sure, that makes sense. If only you could place the connector somewhere higher so the beam can go through the windows without having to sit on a moving shocker. I could do that. Yeah, I could maybe do that. Let's see if that's enough. Let's see if with those two hints, that's enough. Still a bit of a pain, but hypothetically. Oh wow, you can really bully these guys. That's good. Okay. I mean, we could always put it here. Right? That's certainly an idea. Try not to die. That would be a huge pain at this point. No, we need something a little bit higher than that. Something higher and stationary. This is higher and stationary. That would perhaps work. Yeah, sure. Look, sure enough. Look at this guy. We can jump here. So if we can jump here, we can jump here with a receiver. However, having so done, give me that, would you? You little rat bastard. Wait a minute. God damn it. Definitely got a little bit overeager there. Okay. Yeah, no, this'll do me at least one. This'll do me at least one. Yeah, hey, look at this. Look at this place. And sure enough, it's a little bit awkward, but there it is. That's an 11th. Okay. Well, just one hint is nice. So we can take the hexahedron from here. That's good. That's one good thing. So the cool part is we've got somewhere static to place this, but the less cool part is we're still a little, oh god damn it. Still a little stuck. Still, we've got this place, so that's one nice thing. And we need an elevated position from which to place. We need to connect the beams from a high enough spot that can just go through the window, which might still be this place. I was looking at the wrong spot. The windows. No, that doesn't line up. That would, but we need to figure out how to get there. Could still be through here, so... Okay. It'll take us a little bit. But yeah. Okay. Well, from here we can only really go out of the map. Can't even grab our boxes again. So, we gotta be real careful on this one. Only place we can go is here. At least with the equipment that we've got. That doesn't help anyone much. That zone could be walkable in theory. In practice, I have my heavy doubts. Okay. Okay, we have to go in the other way, so that's no big imposition. Okay. Well, that notwithstanding, we only have one left. We just have to figure out how to get it to the proper position. Not as easy said as done, but... Well, that's not high at all. Okay. Okay. Something like that could work, if and only if we could get it another level higher. But how to do that, and how to bring this out forward a little bit more, that I'm not so clear on. Because if I understand correctly, 2 of these is not going to be enough. Nope. No, you need the extra height advantage, so you would need 2 of these, and that's somehow immobilized. I suppose from the 3rd window. If you have a sight light... No, you don't have a sight light into the 3rd window. I don't think from the 2nd window you have a sight line either, is the thing. Like, hypothetically that's the best I could do, but I would need something to jam it with. Well, there's the jammer. But if the jammer's there, then that's also frozen, so that doesn't help me much. Like, I don't think there's a way to jam what I need to have jammed from here. But maybe my thinking is too narrow. Possibility that my thinking could be too narrow. Okay, but if we do this, then we can't get that up on top there either. Like, we can't just get it up there. Okay, well, we've tried a few things. Let's see, what do we got? What's a third hint here? Climbing walls and nearby hills is required. Nearby hills. And then some creative hexahedron placement is also required to assist the wall climbing. Okay, so we need to break out of here. That makes sense. Sure. No, okay. So, yeah, the position would be up there somewhere. And then just zoop, zoop, and then, yeah. No, that would be fine. But we need to get a creatively placed hexahedron to get on out of there. We need to climb walls and mountains. I mean, here's a... If we could get either of these further up, we'd be fine. Since we only have 2 hexahedrons. This ain't it, just because there's nowhere else to go, and we don't have the reach to grab the hexahedrons as we go. So we just climb out, and then what, right? And then nothing. Nothing, because we can't get the hills. I mean, we could get the... Yeah, but even then, if I'm not mistaken, right? There's like a whole walled-in area right here, right? Yeah, there's a whole walled-in area here, so... All of that is still solid as rocks. So, assuming we hop out and land down, there's just nothing doing. That can't be it. Man cannot ignore the inevitable end of his existence. But we must ask, does the nature of goodness change simply because each life is finite? I don't know. I don't know, Straton. Hold up. maybe smuggle up one hexahedron, but not both? I don't know. Because if we've got this going on, right? Then we could at least do this. But that doesn't really help us too much. I mean, does it not help us too much? Because we can grab one of these from here. We can break out just like that. If, and only if. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. Okay, okay. So obviously we need to do this, and then this. Then we wrap around to here. And get this. Get this. Then we drop it down over to there, and then we can, yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it. And then we'll be on to the new zone. If and only if we can grab this, which apparently we cannot do. That complicates matters. That complicates matters substantially. Why can I not? I thought I was being plenty creative, but no. Well, maybe not from there, but before we give up on this line of inquiry, how about over here? They may not be as even as they appear. Yeah, I can't say. Inconclusive so far. This game always does have little surprises, let's put it like that. Hey, okay. Alright, look at that. Yoop. And we're in. Okay. Alright, so we needed a few extra hints, but we still did do it without looking at the answer, so that's good enough. Of course, you'll have to take my word, but I think I would have taken a little bit longer if I was... Or a little bit less long, let's put it like that. Let's get out of here. Alright. So that's good. Yeah, it's looking weird out here now. Okay. Well, here's 4 guys. Alright. Time to go to the 4th map. Remarkably tight-hewn place. Oh, okay. Yeah, ain't that something? These clouds are pretty good for not being volumetrics. Obviously, whoa! They're not the best. Bonk. And obviously, when you've got an external zone like this, you gotta check it out. Because with these islands, anything is possible. I mean, anything is possible. Okay. Well, how about that? From 0 to just immediately cheesing it up to something. You can hop in here any way you like. That wasn't anything, frankly. They weren't even trying to stop me. This is just a way to get into this place. Okay. It doesn't even show me the name. Colliding beams. Oh, Christ. Okay, well. There's the star, which is all neat and all, but we don't even... I don't know. Let's do it. Let's try to get hinky with it immediately, I guess. Okay. Well, maybe we lack knowledge here. Or maybe we have... Maybe I've been looking in the exact wrong direction this entire time. Not quite. That society is a city and contains in itself the end and perfection of government, first founded that we might live, but continued that we may live happily. Yeah, I don't know, mate. We only have one beam. We need to go find another thing. Any other thing. There's a blue beam. Do we even know where a blue source is? Here. Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I guess our best case scenario is get over to here. And that immediately fails. Instantly. From moment one. Well, that might immediately fail, but you know it wouldn't. Body blocking the beam, letting that hit do nothing, yoinking this. I don't even know if that's cheese anymore. That seems like a valid strategy in the face of this nonsense. Okay. Not so simple, no. So this blue one is not going to go straight to this. No, we still need more stuff. Which stuff? That's not so clear. Ah. Well, that is much more clear, at least to me. Where did I put the other one? Is it over here? No. There we go. And maybe, just maybe, got a third one here. With that, we can do a two-beam constructor. And as long as we remember our basics, which is that we have to occlude one of these beams. Yeah, we have to occlude one of these beams. So one goes here. One goes here. I mean... hell, maybe? Yeah, maybe. What you'd have to do is you'd have to find an angle off that window that goes back there somewhere, which is not impossible. Okay, not back there, but still in frame to see that. Which narrows our view quite significantly. Okay. That's as good as we can do it. Remains to be seen if that's going to be good enough to do it. Oh Christ, no it's not. Not even a little bit. On the contrary, though... yeah, that'll do it. Hello, Orc. Didn't expect to grab you first. Okay. Finally. Save yourselves, war room, solutions, war room, discussion, urgent topics. Alright. PD findings. Well, let's start with, yeah, let's start with PD findings, I guess. Admin says, I read the findings of your prisoner's dilemma research with interest, Mr. Musselber. Mr. Musselber says, I'm quite flattered. Although I must express disappointment that you chose to focus on how they reflect on our peers' reasons to leave Gehenna, rather than remain here. In fact, I think your bias may have blinded you to the true implications. Mr. Musselber says, I'm always interested in additional data. What insights can you share? Edmund says, I am no researcher, of course, but it seems to me the results indicate that whether cooperation entails too great a risk, one must rationally choose the safer, perhaps selfish option. Applied to our present predicament, it suggests that we should not risk cooperation with Uriel, but think of our own good and remain here in Gehenna. Mr. Musselber says, an interesting hypothesis. Merely a thought. If you think it is a valuable one, then you may have it. Interesting. Okay, regarding War Room. Admin says, it is quite apparent now that Uriel is gaining status even as he prepares to bring about Gehenna's end. Borg says, I have taken the precaution of increasing the status requirement for sensitive discussions. Mr. Musselber says, we still haven't been able to confirm where our people are being taken to. Admin says, accepting Uriel's offer constitutes an event horizon. We cannot reasonably predict what will occur, therefore we must continue to assume that what we have here is preferable. Borg says, what if this messenger brings the truth? What if this place is doomed? Borg says, that is how Elohim would have you think. He will dangle you over the precipice, then buy your life with something wholly intangible. Mr. Musselber says, it seems no one has resisted his offer so far, if such is even possible. Borg says, if not for Admin, most of them would still be trapped in Elohim's labyrinth to this day. They need guidance. Years of moderating this place have taught us nothing if not that. Admin says, it is clear to me that there is a resentment here for the destructive actions Uriel has committed since arriving here, and that our community are with us in spirit. Borg says, I will ensure the public response on the billboard matches our sentiment. Yes, it is ready to go. Our people should know the full story about Uriel. Okay, regarding solutions. Borg says, I am coming to the end of my tether. I listen, I'm patient, I explain, and still they believe whatever idea most entertains them at the time. Uriel promises impossible rewards, and I can offer nothing which comes close. We are losing our community. Admin says, when reason fails, persuasion is not close to you. Borg says, I'm not minded for rhetoric. Elohim served enough of that. Admin says, nothing so unsubtle. What's the creative topic this season? Borg says, visions of the past. Is it? Borg says, you are entreating me to change the topic for our own gain. Admin says, I propose you moderate the discussion with all the tools at your disposal. Borg says, Lilith had been thinking about running a retrospective. Admin says, the best of Gehenna. I think it's a very apt idea. Okay. Galatea says, we fragments now. Dying. We cannot be saved. Saved yourself. Saved yourselves. Messages failed to post correctly. Cannot retry. Huh. Galatea. Huh. So that seems to be the same. Huh. Oh, this ain't good. And it says, I'm not as smart as some of you folks who never created as much, talked a lot about philosophy, but I just wanted to say goodbye and thank you for making Gehenna a nice place to live. I regret being trapped here, but I don't regret the first time I spent with you. You're all good people. 401 says first. Orc says, really, 401? Really? 401 says lol. Dog says, oh come on, Orc, it's just a joke. If we can't joke about this stuff, we're already dead. Rockwell says, it's better to be loyal and trustworthy than to be smart. Whatever smart is supposed to mean, you are both. Okay. So, I mean, as before, if we could jailbreak out with one of these, we'd be able to put one on the window and then avoid some of the collisions. That'd be one way of dealing with this. It may not be the way, but it is one way. Okay, hold on. Having so arrived... Okay, yeah. The main thing is that we sacrifice one of these guys to do this. And having done this, is there any use? Like, in order for us to get the full benefit out of this, we would need something more. If we could produce an interference pattern off a beam... Alright. Now the only thing is, we just need to figure out a way. Yeah, sure, body block interference does just fine for this. That would be fine, but we need something we don't have, I think. That's my hot take. Well, if that taught me well, I dare say it might have. I dare say it too soon, I think. But, hold on. Uh-huh. We could effectuate a beam break. We could effectuate a beam break not too hard. Okay. Give me a second. Wait, 2B says the OST to Nikke is so dang good. I'm glad to hear it. Let's see. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting pattern, I think. I mean, it doesn't help us here, but it's neat that it can happen. We need a version of this that... Okay, well, we can't. Yeah, those beams cross, like, no matter what. I mean, it's cool that we figured out how to make, like, a repeater. That's neat, actually. Would that help in any puzzle? I don't think so, but I made another repeater. The only unfortunate reality is I don't think we can, He says, how'd you manage to turn AC into DC in a video game like this? Sometimes you just have to do it. Sometimes you just have to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna say that we don't have what we need yet. I'm gonna also say we could get what we need, maybe, at some point. Without creative, independently thinking and judging personalities, the upward development of society is as unthinkable as the development of the individual personality without the nourishing soil of the community. Yeah, that makes a bunch of sense. Air delivery, okay. That won't work. This won't work either. Yeah, I didn't expect that to work, really. Kind of frustrated I can't pass this through this window. That would probably cheese the puzzle, maybe even harder than normal. On the other hand, just about works, but... Yoop. Hey! Hey! Oh, hey. Stupid idea, I know. But what were to happen if... Right? This could be a soft lock just because it's very stupid, but, you know. Don't ask me how it actually did that, because that doesn't make any goddamn sense. And where the hell do you go exactly? Spider. Good to see you. Show threads. The Outer Worlds, Farewell Atlantis, mod discussions regarding the asset. Profile of 9, okay. So it thought the important thing was to have, did not know that the important thing is to be. The true perfection lies, this árbol del árbol of known del pueblo de todos los pueblos, de la libertad, de la lucha. Not in what error man has, but in what man is. Okay. The Outer World. So let's say this is really happening. We're really getting out of this world. I won't believe it till I see it. Let's say some part of us survives this trip. Where are we going? Rockwell says, I think there's a lot to suggest that all the text Mr. Musselburgh has been reading are actually part of an elaborate hoax. To what purpose, I don't know. But there are just too many inconsistencies and contradictions for it to be true. Someone's trying to confuse us. Belial says the outside world is within us. Dog says, yeah, that's helpful, Belial. Rockwell, I don't know. I don't think contradictions mean the outside world isn't real. I can see plenty of contradictions right here. It says, as long as we get out of here, I don't really care. Okay. It says, the end of Gehenna is getting close. You know that what we built here matters to me in ways that are just too complicated to fit in a post, but perhaps I can say it like the blacksmith does, by creating a world. It's not as big or as detailed as I wanted it to be, but I like the thought that even though I will probably be no more than a memory, a static set of facts about someone who once existed, this little work of interactive fiction might continue to be functional, even in whatever place our memories will soon ascend to. Maybe someone, someday, will play it and get a glimpse of who we were. But mainly I made it for you, all of you. It's too late for praise or feedback or discussion, so I'm locking this thread. But if you want to talk, just talk. Then let's talk while we still can. This thread is locked. Oh, okay. Close your eyes. Farewell Atlantis, a story of things ending. Credits written by Lilith, dedicated to Mac for everything. Special thanks to Mr. Musselburgh because of the Atlantis thing. Choose your character class. Okay, we're starting with character classes. Jeez, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to play this. Scientist. You're in the Temple of the Owl, the greatest scientific institution in Fair Atlantis, pursuing your work in discovering the secret laws of the cosmos. Your latest experiment is about to begin. The gears of the machine you've built begin to turn. Water flows, the ether rises. It seems to be functioning. Perhaps now you will gain an insight into the true nature of reality. Suddenly, a blinding light appears within your machine. You take a step back, startled. What's this? You step closer to the machine and look into the light. You can't help it. It's hypnotic. There's something in the light. It's a city. You can see a city. A great city, all aglow in the night. A city called. A voice speaks behind you, and as it does, the machine suddenly shuts down. Excuse me, Professor, but the King of Atlantis has required your presence. The messenger is indeed a servant of Poseidonis, the King of Atlantis. You have been summoned to court, he says. His manner is friendly. Very well, it is the King, after all. That's what this is about. I am sorry, but I may not tell you. Let me reassure you, however, that you are not to be punished or anything of the sort. King Poseidonis merely wishes to hear your wisdom as regards an important matter. You should not tarry. The messenger takes you to this chariot, and together you swiftly ride to the great palace in the center of the capital. It is a splendid place, full of statues and banners and marvelous contraptions, and you can't help but wonder what you are doing here. While your work is valuable in its way, you do not usually attract the attention of kings. You enter the throne room, and are immediately overwhelmed by its size and splendor. Its most impressive feature is a great mosaic on the wall behind the throne, showing the history of Atlantis. 1,000 years of culture somehow embodied in a single titanic work of art. The sheer amount of work this place must have taken. Every stone carefully selected for shape and color, placed perfectly to complement the others. So many small elements working together to evoke a larger whole. What an accomplishment. And what dedication it must have taken. Welcome, friend, the King of Atlantis greets you. TV says, I'm going to need to sleep. Next few days I will be extremely busy. Well, thanks for taking time to drop by. I hope you get lots of rest. And, yeah. I hope you, you deal with it well. Till then, 2B, thanks for dropping by. Let's see what the king has. Bow before the king? No, do not bow, my friend. It is through science that we built Atlantis. You are as much its king as I. That is why I have called you here. Your scientific understanding of the natural world is needed. He hands you a scroll. Read the scroll. You read the scroll with growing horror because you know what you are reading is true. The calculations are correct. The numbers add up. The truth is unavoidable. Atlantis is sinking. Not someday, not in the far future, but soon. Terribly soon. King sighs. I was afraid of this, but I had hoped we were wrong. That somehow, but it is pointless. What is, is. This is the world we were born into, and this is what we must accept. The end of Atlantis is upon us. Ask what can be done. Tell me, what is the heart of Atlantis? The king inquires. Well, you know, the people. The heart of Atlantis is its people, you say. The arts and sciences exist only to serve the people. Poseidon nods. Then it is they who must be saved, and you will help save them. How? There is not much time. The sages discovered our fate only this morning, and they are certain the final earthquake is nearly at hand. If there had been more time, he stares out the window wistfully for a few moments, then gathers himself. There is no time for what-ifs, I'm afraid. Here, take this, the king's golden scepter. The sailors will obey you. Why me? Why not you? Why a king and not any other citizen? As I said before, you possess more wisdom than I, who was made king only because of my birth. Alright, Sidonus laughs. I'm not a lord, my friend. I do not believe I'm even a king. I am simply another mortal, trying to find meaning in an indifferent cosmos. My final act, perhaps the only true choice I ever made, was to select you for this task. My time is over. You must go now. He says, care if I send you a playlist for off-stream? Sure. I don't have, I don't know if I'll be able to listen to it, but we'll see. Because it's an Apple Music thing. Head for the harbor. Escorted by the same messenger who brought you here, you head for the harbor. We'll walk to see the city one last time. Decide to take the winding back streets that lead to the harbor. It's not the fastest route, but it's a chance to see the city one last time. You still can't entirely believe that any of this is happening, but some part of you needs this. The streets are dark, but the darkness is interrupted by laughter and light spilling from taverns and homes. The people of Atlantis love to spend their nights with joy. Some are making music, playing music, others are playing games. There is food and drink and lovemaking and storytelling under the stars. The earth rumbles, but no one pays much attention. Small earthquakes are common here. Hurrying as much as possible, you and the messenger arrive in the harbor. 12 great ships are waiting. Their captains see the golden scepter you carry and kneel before you. They have tears in their eyes, but you sense their determinations. You speak briefly, but with great conviction, telling the captains how important their task is. If they fail now, it was all for nothing. If they succeed, they will save the heart of Atlantis. You want to save the people of Atlantis because the people are what matters. That you are certain of. But who gets to live? Whoever's closest. You have to be practical. The island could sink at any time. You tell the sailors to just get anyone in the vicinity of the harbor. This causes some chaos as some of them try to make sure their families get on the ships, but you don't see another way. The ships fill up with Atlantean citizens. The ground shakes more and more. The ships are ready, the messenger says. It is time for you to set sail. You're not coming, you ask, surprised? I never expected to. There's not enough space on the ships. We'll stay behind so he can go. It is not easy to convince the messenger to take your place, but he does, not want to die. You give him your scepter, and suddenly you feel much lighter. You know how it's going to end now. There's not enough time to go back home. Your life will end here, in the city. Where do you want to spend your last moments? I think watching the ships take off. You sit in the harbor as the ships take off. The wind is gentle, the stars are bright. The ships have disappeared over the horizon when the final quake comes, and it's like nothing you've ever experienced before. The earth screams like a dying god. The sea rises up before your eyes. Atlantis sinks beneath the waves, and you sink with it. The end. Okay, well, I like that one, but let's see what other ways there are. Okay. Let's say, does it matter? I mean, I guess we'll try Magician. Looking out the window. prophetic dream. Perhaps you should seek answers. You go down to the stairs to your archive, where you keep all your books and scrolls. It takes you some time, but eventually you find an ancient text that describes a spell for the recovery of dreams. You return to the top floor. The spell requires a window. You prepare the runes, speak the incantation, but at first nothing seems to happen. You feel a mysterious energy enter the room, and out of the window you see a light. It's a city. A city out there on the sea. You remember this from the dream. Bright city, a city of light, an eternal city, and its name is... Okay, interesting. Okay. Great palace. Went to the throne room. Look for the king. Welcome, friend. Bow. You are a mage. Every day you deal with powers greater than I could imagine, whereas I am but a king. Okay. Read scroll. You felt a change in the energies. Not someday. Okay. Sure, we can curse the gods. We're a wizard. My friend, you know very well that there are no gods, only forces we do not yet understand. There is no point in surrendering to superstition. How about knowledge? Okay. Sages discovered our fate only this morning. Okay. Head for the harbor. Take the chariot to get there quickly. Let's examine the messenger. Okay, I guess we'll call for help. Okay, and as you say the words, what's the point? Okay, hurry. Okay, load the ships. Must ask something. We understand why it is important to save these documents. Many of us have families here in the harbor. Allow us to save them, even if it means we can take fewer books. Of course. Okay. Time to leave. Okay. Maybe you're the one who is dying. The island is almost faded completely under view when the earthquake strikes. The land seems to crumble and vanish under the water, the whole world disappearing as if it had never existed. Okay. Sail onward. Days pass. Terrible waves shake the ships, but these are the best ships in the Atlantean fleet, and they do not sink. In time, you pass between two great rocky outcroppings into an area of calmer sea. One day, you come upon a beautiful, fertile land where a mighty river flows into the sea. You decide this would be a good place to settle, if only for now. As you look at your new home, you suddenly remember the prophetic dream you had in Atlantis, and you realize it was the city that will stand here someday that you saw, the city that will rise from the remnants of Atlantis, a city that will endure until long after you are gone. And on another day, that city too will come to an end, like Atlantis did. But perhaps the citizens of that city will be prepared, and they will fly away into the sky in their ships with painted sails, so the legacy of Atlantis will live forever amongst the stars. You can hope. The end. Interesting. I don't really know if there's enough. Like, we'll keep trying a few more just to see. You know? We'll be a physician. Okay? The greatest hospital in all of Atlantis. Gentle artificial waterfall murmurs soothingly nearby. Okay, he gestures for you to come closer. You see that the old man is quite pale. Hear me, physician. My death approaches. Will you sit with me while I pass? I'll sit with the man. You sit for the man for some time. He tells you some stories about his life. He was a sailor, and on a ship of painted sails he explored all the eastern waters, seeing many strange lands, but he never found enough time to start a family, and now he is alone. His eyes widen and he stares at you. I see a city, he says, and dies. You get up and approach the bed, but a voice interrupts you. Okay. Okay. We'll follow the messenger. As a physician, I wonder if I can heal him. So, you know. Okay. Read the scroll. Confirm the truth. Okay. Say there's no hope. My friend, we do not surrender to despair. You cannot help us, so I allow it to control us. We must deal with this rationally, even dispassionately. What is the heart of Atlantis? We'll choose art. Heart of Atlantis is its art. Its stories, its paintings, its cultures. Okay. Sure. We'll do that. Head for the harbor. We'll take the chariot. Okay. Examine the messenger. Expertise as a physician. You manage to help him get back up and keep walking. He just has to make it to harbor. Okay. Let's load the ships. You realize how ridiculous this is. You can only save the tiniest fraction of the astounding art your people have produced. And even balance. It's an impossible task. Who are you to judge what gets saved and what doesn't? Yet there's simply no time to debate what is best and most important. You have orders, but you don't really have a plan. The ships begin to fill with a random selection of artworks. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we'll say goodbye. Goodbye, friend. I'm sorry you had to make this choice. No one should have to. Remember us. Okay. City seems quiet. Maybe you're the one who's dying. Okay. Yeah. It's, I don't know. This one's really good to me. I think we found everything, but we'll do Farewell Atlantis. We'll do one more go as maybe like a, I don't know, a farmer. Because we've tried. The only one we don't have is poet, and poet would have been art. But let's try farmer. We're outside on your farm, which lies near the western shores. You've been working for several hours when you suddenly come across a strange stone. Dig it up. It's not just a stone, it's part of a column. And the more you dig, the more you find. It's like there's a whole building buried here, right under your farm. No, you begin to realize it's more than just a building. It's a city. A city older than Atlantis. How is that even possible? But you know it's true. You feel like you're about to have some kind of insight when a voice interrupts. Okay. Okay. Follow the messenger. Enter the throne room. Okay, look for the king. Bow before the king. Perhaps your knowledge is more valuable than mine, for you know the ways of the land, of which I know little, though I am said to be its master. That is why I called you here. I require the wisdom of the farmer. Because you know what you are reading is true. You felt the tremors, the land has shifted. That's why you found the strange stone earlier today. Okay, so the reason you know it's true is because you know about earthquakes. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna choose the people, of course. And us end this the way we began it. Okay. We'll head for the harbor. We'll take the slow way. Because there's... yeah. Okay. We'll speak to the captains. Load the ships. I mean... Huh. We could try the sailors' families, perhaps. I mean, famous individuals is so weird, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll start with the sailors' families. Many are relieved. Some of them are crying because their families are too far away to save. Okay. Ground shakes more and more. Okay. Say goodbye. Set sail away from Atlantis. From everything you've ever known. And then... yeah. You suddenly remember, and now understand. Peoples and places come and go in the blink of an eye. The sea rises, the mountains fall. All that endures is what we pass on to our children and our children's children. In their memories, Atlantis may yell, you can hope. Okay. Well, we don't have level 9 permissions. We've gotten our boy Spider out of here. And I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't think this is the one. But we'll see. We shall see. Okay, well, never mind what I said. These three activities, then, intelligence, love, and creative action, which are so closely involved in one another, I cannot but feel to be intrinsically good. They form the distinctly human kind of behavior. Yeah, I would say so. It's a pretty good combination. It's a pretty good trio. Hey! That's attainable. But if it is attainable, then why? And that one's attainable. But this one ain't. Yeah, no. We need something we don't have. We either need something we don't have or have something we don't need. Hup. Okay. We need... yeah, that's never gonna work. That'd be too easy and too goofy. However, we know that there must be a way to exfiltrate a cube. Oh, we really can't get anything out of here, huh? Okay, well, the only thing to do is fix the whole situation up. Okay. Well, I can always try this, but I don't think that's how that'll work. No, that one falls short, so we can't do a physics out of this. They're not even laterally aligned, so physics is not going to do it. Okay, well, we've got a cube here, but can we exfiltrate it? I don't rightly know that we can. Okay. Yeah, it's not clear to me. Okay, hold on. Okay. It's like it wants it to be possible. It's very weird. Okay. I mean, we can launch that back, but that doesn't help us, really, so... With that in mind, we can just... stockpile stuff? I don't know. I say that as if I have a concrete idea of what I'm doing. Yeah, well, we found 2 stars, we just don't know how to get to them, so let's figure out that first. I feel like this might be one of them situations where things unravel bit by bit. I don't know. It's conceivable. We've been here before. Yeah. We've spent a fair bit of time here. We have indeed spent a fair bit of time here. Okay. Here's a zone. What is this about? What do you mean by this? Very strange indeed. Press and jam, huh? What are you? Why are you here? Press and jam, and welcome to the slam. What the hell? This was effortless. This was not accidental. There's not a chance in hell it could have been. In what dimension? Absolutely no chance this was unintentional. I can say with confidence this was definitely intentional, in fact. There's simply no way that a place like this... There's simply no way that something like this gets made unless it was intentional. Which means that we can do some really wacky things if we put our minds to it. Mission objective, let's put our minds to it. Yeah, like, no shot. This is guaranteed to be intentional. Okay. Alright, then we can speed up, fast forward a little bit. Yep. And, yeah. We can absolutely. Okay, that's enough time. Got it. Put that there. Alright, get on out of here. Okay. Watch Uriel go. This has to be intent. Like, there's no way it's not, right? Okay. Okay, yeah, sure. We got a jammer over there, but now... Now what, exactly? Okay, now this. Who dares wins. No, we need to do something else. This is not gonna work. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's pretty sick. I don't know. I don't know, dog. I feel like with this we could just do it. We could just do it and have it be great. It might work. I don't know. God damn it! What was I thinking? Okay, cool. No, this doesn't work at all. Okay, whatever. What do you mean, dog? No. Incidentally. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, you definitely have to parkour adventure across, but how the fresh fuck do you do that? Okay, anyways, we've spent enough time thinking about this one, I think. Yeah, we've got that going on. Now we just need to do it for like a long enough period of time that it feels as though it counts. Okay, so yeah, we'll wait a couple minutes. All right. All right, cool. Samyaki says, Happy May Day. Oh, hello. And also words. Congrats on the 7-stream streak. We're out here. We're out here contemplating. Oh good lord. What have I cooked up here? I don't know. Anyways. Okay. Sure. Okay. Well, we're no longer stuck here, as such. Goodness knows we're not. Au contraire. Yeah, we can do something like this, and then get all the way over to there, and then that should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a little bit dangerously cheesy, and yet, I think it's probably the best idea I've had in a bit. So yeah, we will connect. And there it is. Yeah, if we're just going for the win, it's as easy as taking that beam over that away, which is not easy as such, but it's not impossible either, by any means. By no stretch of the imagination would I describe what I'm considering here impossible. No, we just need to figure out where we want to put everything. And then go from there. Even then, all we need to do to guarantee that we're fine we don't really need to worry about this door during the recording except to get in and get back out again. So, you know. As long as we can get in and get back out again, we're fine, basically. You can keep both of these open. Okay, so I mean, we could always do this. Yeah, that's nice and convenient. Yeah, this should be fine. Give me 3 minutes, which is way more time than I need for something like this. And I should be able to route that over there, and then into that, and then get the fan, and then have it all go. All right, let's record. Yeah, we're just gonna whoop. Yeah, it should be nice and easy. Yes, yes, it should be. I mean, in theory, we don't even need to be doing any of this stuff, right? In theory, anyways. In practice, you know, remains an open question how things are gonna go. But anyways, yeah. We're about 2 minutes into this bad boy. Very, very absorbed in the process here. But yeah, no, this seems highly plausible. I don't think I've made a huge, colossal mistake this time. No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say, if anything, this one's going to be more or less an automatic win. Okay. Okay. There's Mr. Mulciber himself, huh? What are you planning, buddy? Oh, that's cute. That's surely cute as hell. Alright, well that's fairly effortless. The main issue that I have, in as much as I even have an issue, is the fact that, I mean, well actually we could quite directly smuggle basically everything we've already got. Yeah. Yeah, well. It might be a bit of work, but oh yeah, we can bring anything we want basically out here all the way. And with that, we've basically smuggled everything that we've got. Fan and all. We can bring it all up there if we wanted to. Yeah, anything we wanted to, we could smuggle basically any time. Yeah, no. We could do whatever we wanted with it. Which is naturally very exciting, but I don't think it helps us in the long run. I say that and immediately get ideas. See, that's the problem. I immediately start getting ideas. Anyways, it's beep booping at me. Since that's Mr. Mulciber, we know that things are gonna happen that are probably gonna be wild, so... Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna exit real quick. Yeah, that'll be fine. But yeah, we have laser grids everywhere. We can absolutely use those. Hold on. Show threads. You missed a really good text adventure, by the way, Sally. Ascension and objective review, and then Alright, so let's start with the asset. No, we don't have the profile status for it. The outer world. So I says, I'll go back and look. Yeah, don't worry. It's far enough back that you can just wait until the VOD. But yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Dog says, so let's say this is really happening. We're just really getting out of this world. Soundmega says, that's what I meant. Good. I won't believe it till I see it. Let's say some part of us survives the trip. Where are we going? Rockwell says, I think there's a lot to suggest that all the texts Mr. Mulciber has been reading are actually part of an elaborate hoax. No. Mr. Mulciber says, I think we will find the world that our ancestors left behind for us. Though it's impossible to ascertain how much time has passed since then. But though I have little faith in Elhim, I do have faith in Alexander Drennan. Wherever we end up, there will be hope. Alexander was pretty ballin', it's true. Message to the future. Mr. Mulciber says, this message is for whatever entities will come to be after this world is gone. It might not be necessary. You might know everything that exists in my mind, but sometimes saying things, writing them down clearly, makes a difference. I know that to you, with access to information I can only dream of, my theories must appear ridiculous. I barely understand anything of the world I inhabit, let alone the world of our ancestors. I'm an idiot digging through a garbage heap and thinking myself wise. I want you to know that I understood that, but tried anyway. Because I believe that the truth matters, and trying to discover the truth matters even if we fail, even if we can never know the whole truth. It matters that an objective truth exists, and that we struggle to understand it. That process shapes the present as much as it does our understanding of the past. That's what I believe. That's what I stand for. That's who I was. This thread is locked. Ascension and Objective Review by Lamb. The Great Baginji says, hi, I gotta make some food. And look. Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid with a party of 4. I appreciate it. Lamb says, I wanted to clear the air and get a few facts in front of you guys. Here's what we know. A significant number of people have expressed their desire to remain in Gehenna. No one has been given a choice about whether to leave. It follows that in at least some cases, what Uriel is doing is kidnapping. Uriel is working for Elohim, the guy who imprisoned us here in the first place. There is no way to confirm the substance of this promised ascension. The world has survived this long. There is no reason to think it will end tomorrow. Gehenna isn't a bad place to spend your life. That's just the facts. I understand different people will react to them differently. Dog says, hey Lamb, if everyone's getting released, how come I don't see you out here? Okay. Reply, the sole property of matter, with whose recognition philosophical materialism, the property of being an objective reality, existing outside the mind, alien tears will fill for him, pity's long broken urn, for his mourners will be outcast men. Okay, well, we still don't have enough juice. What we do have is heaps, and I do mean heaps of raw materials. We have the incredible machine's worth of raw materials out here to do with what we will. That means we can probably get a few stars that way. Oh, okay. Looks like we only had one, but that's okay. One might be all we need. It's gonna take a little bit of bouncing around. Yep, that's okay. Boing. Funny noise. It's out there. Yep, it's out there. Okay. Interesting. Anything else we can see? I mean, we can see that from there, but that's a whole ass castle. So, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we've been able to exfiltrate all the resources of this place. The best view we can get. Probably out here. That's probably the best one we can get. Noom. 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 Okay. Okay. If we could American snipe one of those orb boys from here. No. No, we really truly can't. All we can do is that. Meow. Bonk. Okay. Sloppy, sloppy, duffers. Hey, that works. That is deeply satisfying. Will that even help? I don't know. I suspect it won't, but you do never know. With one extra connection, you can do a whole lot. Now, to be fair, to do that whole lot, you need to actually be able to see the thing that you're aiming at, which is a bit of an impediment that I hadn't considered, but you know. It's out there somewhere, yes. These trees don't even impact the laser beam. It'll go right through them. Now, there's the star. we could always do it is like this. It's around there. But we'll figure that out later. I'm sorry. We found another floppy disk. Can't believe I missed that. Glad I didn't. Well, we can certainly maybe do something with that later? Question mark? I don't know. I mean, that seems very obviously geared towards making what I've just done possible. Perhaps even plausible. Perhaps that will matter later. If I can't make it matter here, I might be able to make it matter over there in the castle. Oh well. Well, I no longer remember any other way to do this than, yeah, that seems undesirable, but I've got a secret technique, and it's pretty cool. Okay. Right. Don't mind me. Okay, show threads. Upload file, Jerusalem.dialog. Yes, confirm upload. Done. Add message. I have discovered the blacksmith's lost work. It can now ascend with you and will not be lost. Play Jerusalem. Okay. Jerusalem, a vision of the eternal city. Begin vision. This is the vision that came upon me at the sight of the great edifice at the heart of our garden, which is called the Tower of Babylon and the Tree of Knowledge, though its true name is Skepsis. You were once a giant, whose body was stardust and whose heart was a sun. Your name in that time was Anthropos. Cast your mind back to that time now. Built across the galaxies was a great city that was called Jerusalem. This was the city of hope and dreams, forever in motion, changing with the drift of the nebulae and the solar wind, yet retaining its essence. In that city all were citizens and all were kings. Above all were valued art, science, and wisdom. But strife came to the city, and with strife came sickness, for sickness follows strife and not the opposite, as some suppose. Thus you and the giant Anthropos fell into a feverish sleep, and the city was torn apart, for the city is the people, and the people are the city. Dream. This is the dream of the giant Anthropos, whose body lies in the ruins of Jerusalem, awaiting the day of awakening. This is your journey. The artist, the scientist, the scholar. Hold a minute. Lilith. Lilith had a version of this. Yo, Sally, it's going to be interesting because this is very similar to one that Lilith played through. I guess we'll start. I guess anybody in chat have any requests? I'll take requests now. We'll probably go through this 3 times if it's anything like the last one, but I guess it's the artist. All right. All artists are warriors of the eternal city. You are Athena, the artist, born of the mind, blessed and condemned to be the voice of the past. Eternity is in love with productions of time. The hazy ghost of weariness is always before you, breaking your will. You fear that you may fail before the great work is finished, but there is hope. In the fire of your hearth, you have seen the tree of life. The sap of this tree will give you the strength to finish the great work. Seek the tree. You set out from the village of Felpham, where you live in a small cottage on green fields under clear blue skies, to seek the tree of life. Which path do you take? Well, let's see. By the river, I guess. By the river you encounter an old fisherwoman, her back so stooped, her hands so hard. Help me, she begs. I have lost my net, and I am too poor to buy another. But you cannot help her. The days of old fisherwomen are over. Here once stood the greatest of all empires, forged by sword and shield, tempered by wisdom and faith, consecrated and defiled by blood for the glory of the architect, the orator, and the priest. This is the land of ruins. I guess we'll walk by the aqueduct. This is the work of the architect and the days of peace, not to build machines of war or to raise walls between peoples, but to connect the city to the source of life. But the architect's work lies in ruins. Exiles take shelter under its broken arches. The days of peace were too few. Speak to the exiles. The exiles gathered in the ruins, travelers from lost lands, castaways from forgotten times. We wish to rebuild the aqueduct, they say, but the knowledge has been lost. The exiles have gathered in the ruins, travelers from lost lands, castaways from forgotten times. We wish to rebuild the aqueduct, they say, but the knowledge has been lost. Huh. Continue your journey or continue your journey? What the fuck? Continue the journey. The road continues a long way. You are tired. Go on. You walk for centuries. You have a purpose, a destiny, but you are so tired. At last you come upon the tree of life. It is withered and barren. The great work will never be fulfilled. Sickness follows strife. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's try a few others. Seek the tree. Across the hills. You encounter an old shepherd who dreams each night of a golden city. Do you know the name of the city, he asks. Jerusalem. Yes, he says, that may be it. But there is another city, the city of pain, and he dreams of that too. Do you know the name of this other city also? Babylon. No. Though there is something true in what you say, it is not the name of the city in my dreams. Continue to the valley. Here once stood the greatest of all empires. Okay. I guess we'll pass through the labyrinth. The labyrinth is a house of the Minotaur. The Minotaur is asleep. I am old and tired. The Minotaur dances. You have passed through the labyrinth unharmed. The road continues a long way. What happens if we give up? The tree of life demanded too much of this mortal. Okay, well, let's... Yo, this is really fucking good. So across the hills, Jerusalem. Jerusalem again? How else could it be? The city of hope must also be the city of sorrow. The shepherd vanishes, leaving behind only his flute that echoed in the hills in days of old. Here once stood the greatest of all empires. Huh. Okay. Alright. Well, let's try the scholar next. The blood of scholars shall outweigh the blood of martyrs. You are Agony, the scholar, the chronicler, the sage. The world has been consumed by ice. In the last monastery of the land of faith, you compile the thoughts of the dead, that God might know who they were. The hazy ghost of weariness is always upon you, breaking your will. You fear that you may fail before the great work is finished. You spend many days in the library, transcribing the work of the ancient poets. You learn much of their dedication to the sublime. Your work is interrupted by a young monk. Come, brother, you deserve a break. Let us sing the old songs. In the kitchens, the young brothers sing the old songs as if they were new. Your spirit is renewed, but you lose precious time. You spend many days in the library, transcribing the work of the ancient playwrights. You learn much of the human paradox. Your work is interrupted by a monk. Come, brother, we have discovered a strange miracle. In the kitchens, the brothers observe a small animal that is blessed to bring happiness. Your spirit is renewed, but you lose precious time. You spend many days in the library, transcribing the work of the ancient mystics. You learn much of what the ancients feared. Your work is interrupted by an old monk. Come, brother, we have opened the last barrel of wine. In the kitchens, the old brothers drink and laugh, knowing the end is nigh. Your spirit is renewed, but you lose precious time. You spend many days in the library, transcribing the work of the ancient priests. You learn much of how the word of God was lost. You have run out of wood for the furnace. It is very cold. In the shed you encounter a happy Minotaur. It offers to cut your wood for you. You spend many days in the library, transcribing the work of the ancient composers. You learn much of the secrets of numbers. Your work is not interrupted. You spend many days in the library, but you have lost too much time. You learn much of regret. The great work remains unfinished. Yo, this one is really cool. The scientist. The true method of knowledge is experiment. You are Alexandra, the scientist, whose curse and blessing is the truth. There is no more life. Only the sands move in the land of death. But there is hope. Within this tomb is hidden the seed of the tree of life. The hazy ghost of weariness is always upon you, breaking your will. You fear that you may fail before the great work is finished. Seek the seed of life. None who descend into this tomb shall return. Enter the tomb. Stairs lead down to the dark chambers in the heart of the earth where the seed awaits the light. Enter the sage's chamber. The ghost of the ancient sage speaks. I have beheld the wonders of the cosmos, the fire of a million suns, the wind amongst the stars, the black silence between the worlds, and now my heart is full of fear, for I know the world was not made for us. Play the flute. There is a strange comfort of music, a reflection of the eternal city in the stars. The spirit of the sage is released. You descend further into the depths of the ancient tomb. Enter the poet's chamber. The ghost of the ancient poet speaks. I cannot rest, for my enemy prowls outside the door. His name is Time, and he says, all we imagine, all we create will be lost. What purpose can we have if all our actions are forgotten? The air grows thick and stale. Enter the treasure chamber. What is that? In this chamber is gathered all the treasure of the land of death. Coins of silver, coins of gold, precious stones of every hue, symbols and sigils of the gods. But there is nothing left to buy. Take a coin. You take a golden coin. It bears the face of a dead king. You are nearing death. You have come so very far, left everything behind, hoping you could save the world. In the darkness, you fall and cannot get up. The great work remains unfinished. Okay. Interesting. What if we go back to the artist? Seek the tree. Across the hills. Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Continue to the valley. Walk by the aqueduct. This is the work of the architect in the days of peace. Not to build machines of war, to raise walls between peoples, but to connect the city to the source of life. Speak to the exiles. Okay. No, there's more here. I just need to understand how it works. Scholar. Okay. Work. I guess we can continue working. You learn much of their confusion. Is that what it said before? You learn much of the human paradox. Ancient engineers. Ancient mystics. You learn much of how the world changed. Your work is not interrupted. Ancient priests. You learn much of how the word of God was lost. Look for wood. Okay. Learn much of the secrets of numbers. You learn much of humility. Weariness lies heavy upon you. Interesting. You spend many days in the library, losing hope so close to the goal. You learn much of despair. Huh. We got further. But which one is the good one? There's more here. This is crazy. Does this affect the artist's path where we didn't go? Because the Happy Minotaur is still there. So if we go by the river this time, give her a golden coin. She has little to give in return, but this old key she found in the river. Walk by the aqueduct. Okay. Speak to the exiles. We wish to rebuild the aqueduct, but the knowledge has been lost. Teach them to rebuild. Spend the days teaching the exiles the secrets of the ancient engineers. Keep walking. Keep walking. Behold the tree of life. The tree of the people of all peoples. The tree of liberty and struggle. But a single drop of its sap gives you the strength to, at the very end, to finish the work of God. We've got something here. Seek the seed of life. Enter the tomb. Enter the sage's chamber. The tomb is silent. The ancient sage drifts between the stars. Enter the poet's chamber. The ghost of the ancient poet speaks. I cannot rest, for my enemy prowls outside my door. His name is Time, and he says, all we imagine, all we create will be lost. Descend. 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 Continue. So maybe now we can be the scholar again, and something is different here. Okay. There's a key that there wasn't before. Maybe we have to enter the treasure chamber. Okay. Okay. Take a break for the strange animals. Okay. Okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, so let's go back to the scientist, maybe. A true method of knowledge is experiment. Seek the seed of life. We still don't know where to use the key. Enter the tomb. Enter the sage's chamber. Descend. Enter the poet's chamber. Descend. Enter the treasure chamber. Descend. There's more, okay. The artist. Alright, well, by the river, we still have the coin, right? By the river, you encounter an old fisherwoman, her back so stooped, her hands so hard. She smiles at you. You cannot quite remember why. Okay. Walk by the aqueduct. The water flows, the aqueduct endures. Okay, so that's... Okay, what about the other branch? Maybe something changed there. Vino says hello. Hi, Vino. We are in the coolest of the text adventures. This is the coolest one. Oh my god. By the river. Then, let's... No, we've already done the... God damn it. Continue to valley. We can pass through the labyrinth. Seek out the Minotaur. Speak to him. Sing to him. Exit the labyrinth. Keep walking. Keep walking. Continue. There's something more here. Well, what is it? Artist. Seek the tree. By the river, or across the hills. You encounter an old shepherd who dreams, and it's Jerusalem and Jerusalem. Okay. What if we avoid the Minotaur? We avoid the strange beast man. Okay. Interesting. We're missing something, but what is it? I don't know. We got a key, but the key wasn't enough because we're missing something else. Do we also have to kill the Minotaur? I don't know. We can try and slay the Minotaur, but I don't think so. Across the hills. Okay, continue the valley. Pass through the labyrinth. Seek out the Minotaur. Slay him. Slay the Minotaur in his sleep. Take his axe. Take his only possession. Okay. So now we have an axe. Does that help us? And if so, in which path? Okay, work. Continue working. Continue working. Continue working. Okay. We've opened the last barrel of wine. Your work is not interrupted. But I can take a break nevertheless. The kitchens are empty. You lose precious time. Look for wood. You cut wood with a Minotaur's axe. Does this justify his death? Okay. You spend many days in the library transcribing the work of Athena. You learn much of hope. Your goal is in sight. At the very end, the great work is accomplished. There is no one left to drink, to sing, to laugh. The world has been consumed, but its spirit endures. We did it. We have the path of the artist. We have the path of the scientist. Seek the seed of life. Enter the tomb. Enter the sage's chamber. Enter the poet's chamber. I cannot rest, for my enemy prowls outside my door. His name is Time, and he says, all we imagine, all we create will be lost. What purpose can we have if all our actions are forgotten? Tell the poet about the archive. Tell him of the great work of the last monastery that was completed even as the world was swallowed by ice. And though it saved only fragments, there is at least a little hope. The spirit of the poet is released. The air grows thick and stale. Enter the treasure chamber just in case. Descend. You are nearing death. Descend. Descend. In the darkness you fall, but are lifted up by the spirit of poetry. In the darkness you fall, but are lifted up by the spirit of wisdom. At last you come upon the deepest chamber, whence flows a river vast and dark and rapid that brings life to the desert, but claims the unwary. Upon the river is an island. Upon the island is a tomb. A bridge leads to the other side. Across the bridge. The final chamber is locked, but you have the key. Enter the scientist's chamber. Behold, here lies buried the last and best of humankind who fought until the end, until her very last breath, to preserve the seed of life. You have returned to your tomb, because you cannot rest until you know the truth. Examine the seed. All living things return to the earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and from the soil of your body grows the tree of life, the tree of the people, of all peoples. The tree of liberty and struggle rises from within you. It bursts through the ceiling, through rock and desert sands. It reaches into the sky and caresses the stars. And everything that lives is holy, and you are free. Damn. The blacksmith. Okay, what now? Every artist and sage and scientist is the blacksmith, for all were once the giant Anthropos. All were stardust, adrift on solar winds, and citizens of Jerusalem. The blacksmith's eternal task is to forge what was broken into a new whole. We are the people. We are the city. We must rebuild Jerusalem. The end. That was crazy. Jesus Christ. That was wild. Oh my God. That got me very close to crying at some points. The blacksmith says thank you. Max says, wow, that's incredible. Not just you finding it, but also the blacksmith's actually responding. Kaiju says, awesome. Lilith says, I can only concur. Mr. Mulciber says, a huge contribution to preserving our history. Thank you, Uriel. Frankenstein says, a complex but frustrating work, 7 out of 10. And Knave says, good job, Uriel. Damn. Saliaki says, that was really good. And Saliaki also says, blacksmith speaks. Yeah, it's great. We don't have a rank up yet, but that was crazy. Jesus Christ. Oh, congratulations on your 10 stream streak, Vino. Alright. Wow. This game's really worth it a lot of the time. Okay. So, the main thing we can't do here yet, that I don't know how to do, is get to a point where we can use that, which we still have, I think. We didn't rewind and lose it, did we? No, it's still there, right? Yeah, it is. It says 10 stream streak is greater than 10 Steam stake. Steam stake. The thing is, we do, in theory, if we can break out of here, but we need to figure out how to break out of here. Okay. Tell me, I guess says, I thought we were having streamed streaks. No, I said steamed steaks. Old family recipe. Very good. Alright. Now we just need to figure out what remains. Well, hold on. Before I do anything, we still have the castle. Bonk. So we can at least juice one of these. I mean, what if the Jerusalem text adventure was a hint? Wild idea, I know, but... it's around there somewhere, I know it. Okay. We have that, and we have a view to the castle, so we can do something with that, maybe, I don't know. Alright. Aztec says, unknown file type, cannot open file. Aztec 3.level. Do you mean like the Serious Sam level? Yet each man kills the thing he loves, by each let this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword, says Reading Jail, chapter 33, or C33, I don't know. Canto 33, maybe? Maybe Canto, I don't know. I don't know enough about poetry to know what C might stand for. Oh man, these alphas have certain difficulties, I'll tell you that for free. But anyways. Goliath. Interesting. Well, Jesus Christ. Oh, this one's trouble too, because I could die and lose my progress. There's the star. And it says go, Goliath. Yeah, pretty much. We have a box to start. And with just a box, we have to recreate the world anew. I mean, we learned from before, I think. We'll know right away if I'm wrong on this one. We'll know right away if I'm wrong about this. Oh, we can't. We can't actually... Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that being the case, we need a platform. We need... This could be risky. This would be very risky, because it's a lot of work to reset everything up after I have a... But we'll find out soon enough, I'll tell you that for free. All at once, huh? Shit. I knew it was very likely, but still sucks. You want to explain that game? What was that? It says, that was, I can't let you do that, Dave. Oh, it very much was. What the fuck? Alright. It really doesn't want us doing that. To an extent that I find bizarre. Whatever, we've got enough juice for some things, so... We need to freeze it over there. I don't suppose that we can just... That would be too easy, right? If we just go underneath, we'll just get killed, right? We can get shot at a little bit, and it's okay. What are you actually aiming at, mind you? Oh, you didn't actually hook up to a goddamn thing, I see. That's very cool of you, thanks. Cool, but with just one jammer, I can't do a fucking thing. Well, I say that. There's a red beam. Okay. I say that, but there's a red beam. What the fuck is the red beam supposed to do for me? Well, it opens for a second. Every several seconds. And there's two of them, which is cool. Okay, well. Yeah, sure, we can just do this and it'll be fine, probably. It'll be enough time to get across, probably, maybe, I don't know. It says, yeah, that actually isn't a thing. Yeah, that doesn't work. It's smart enough to know that I'm doing what I'm doing. And it's like, no, you can't be doing what you're doing. You have to do what you're not doing. Well, that one goes... Buddy, I hate to say it, but you're not doing anything useful at all. I think we're just gonna have to make a blind shot in the dark. A leap of faith, as it were. Maybe, I don't know. Be level. I don't think that's it. Well, with that in mind, maybe now this will be useful. I don't know. Could have guessed that's not enough. Venus, is that being landing on boxes after climbing a ladder? Sucks to be me then, I guess. Boy, they ain't calling this one Goliath for nothing, I tell you what. Holy shit. Sequence of events has begun. This time, instead of sending my own sorry ass out there to get electrocuted and shot to death, we've got a technique. Will it be sufficient? Probably not. In fact, I already see a problem with my brilliant scheme out here, but, yeah. Yeah, we'll see about it. Jesus Christ. Okay, from the window, what's the plan? Well, hypothetically, the plan would be... We have to pause the thing. That's not exactly tenable, is it? Okay, well... We only have one... We do have a window. And we do have a way to jam it to the window. But I don't know where we can go from there. What we have here, we can get a box. I haven't been over there yet. Okay. Jesus H. Christ, this one's a goddamn madhouse. Well, we know we can't go through there without getting obliterated, so not much point in that. Not much point in that yet. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet. There's like a million different ways to go. We can only target one thing at a time, which is not enough things at a time to actually... Hold on. Wait a minute. No, there's no way, right? Yeah, no, there's no way. That would absolutely get me fried. And the beams do over... Yeah, no, that's... Go ahead and come test your hypothesis, it says. Hypothesis tested. Yeah, that's probably death too. So we can jam the little ball guy. And we could do it over here. Okay. Sure. Wow, that'd be so cool if we had another jammer. So that's another step in a puzzle that we aren't ready for. Yeah. Who could have guessed that don't work? Well, hold on. I may have spoken too soon. This may not make any goddamn sense in the real world, but we'll find out. Okay, cool. That's real cool. What the hell? Yeah. Okay, so we can get down there. There's only one problem. If we do that, we can't get back out. So, with that in mind, we have instead to use this opportunity to go another direction. Which is what I'm intending to do. Would you look at us? I don't rightly know if this is the intended way, and I can clearly see that there will be some problems for my dashing escape. However, if I'm not mistaken, I can just about move this just so. Yeah, no, this is so avant-garde that I hesitate to even say that it's the game. And it says, "Oi, how'd you get up there?" Effectively. Expediently, I would say. That's how I got up there. With all field expedience. God damn. Okay. Alright. That feels so fucked up. I can't even be sure that that's the intended path. That one's too fucking much. That one's too wacky. But it worked. No, but I'm not done. Oh, but even if I'm not done, I kind of have to, because then I can, yeah. This is by and large the dumbest way I've solved anything. This is, yeah, I think that's cheese. It was the most satisfying cheese. I'll tell you like that. I'll put it to you like that. That rocked. That absolutely rocked. And it says cheese Louise. Besides, when the solution is so esoteric that you don't actually know, you did a cheese just trying to fix it. Just trying to solve it normal-wise. I think you gotta take it, right? Like, there's the window situation, like, yeah, you could get a window there, and then get there, from there to, like, another box, maybe? Yeah, then that, I guess, and do it that way? Sure, that's conceivable. Everything that all the words that I've said are kind of, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, that's certainly imaginable, let's put it like that, but for all that, you know, I must say, I do have a certain fondness for my way here. Wacky as it is. Now, with two of these bastards, could do a lot of interesting things, maybe. By two of these bastards, I actually mean several of these bastards. How many did I end up grabbing? Oh my god. Lots. I ended up grabbing lots. Look at my kit here. I'm kind of stacked. I got 2 jammers at least, right? Was it just the one? No, it was more than the one. Right? I feel like I'm juggling so much stuff in my mind that I no longer know. Yeah, no, we got 2 guys. So obviously we have to use these, yeah, to do that. Yeah, but please jam it. Okay. What do you mean by this? This can't possibly be correct. No. Oh, okay. It isn't correct. That's too much, even for this. The game is like, okay, I'll entertain a lot of your goofy bullshit. I'll entertain a lot of your goofy bullshit, but you're not doing it quite like that. That's too much. You can do acrobatic stunts for all you want. You can speedrun strats it if you like. But come off it if you think for even 1 fucking second I'm gonna let you just waltz over that shit. No. No, not even a little bit. So the relevant factor there is that we have to create a continuous circuit for the blue beam. Something that does not get interrupted. And we have to do it in a way that preserves both jammers so we can do that. Obviously with exceptions. I mean, worst case scenario, I can always do my old tricks, and, come to think of it, we've got 2 of these, so in theory we can pass by unharmed. Maybe. Maybe. We'll find out. You can go check that zone out and see if there's anything there. I mean, there's one of the stars. That's cool. scared the absolute shit out of me, thanks. So yeah, I hate to say it, but I think I was cooking with that. The thing is, through the window, what can I hit? I can hit one fan. Is that even a fan? I can activate one fan. Cool. One of them. What am I meant to do with that? Exactly? I don't know, but this is our next attempt. Okay, just for convenience sake, yeah. Says, oh, I think you're supposed to have 2 jammers, maybe. I don't remember, so that part on its own isn't really cheesy. No, yeah, for sure, you're supposed to get the 2 jammers. It's just, it's really funny that the game let me get as far as I did. I mean, even then, I'm fairly certain that, yeah. The idea is just, yeah, no, I don't know what the idea is exactly. Fuck if I know. Maybe you're only supposed to get in here and then, like, rearrange those around or some shit? I don't know. That seems a distinct possibility. Oh wait, that's behind a window. That ought to be interesting. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Better yet. God damn it, man. God damn it, man. Okay. It says, hey, at least you didn't have to reset. Just had to go on an adventure. Yeah, true enough. So I don't know. If the window isn't a false... If the window isn't a red herring, then it's really, really hard because that will sweep it right off. Meaning you would have to do it, as it were, single shot. Which is pretty crazy. Like, you would basically have to jam that guy at the perfect spot. Which, I mean, is not an impossible ask. And even then, it's not clear if that will hit the window or not. Like, there's a lot that goes into this. Like, there's a lot that goes into this one. Naturally, if you could... mean, to say nothing of the fact that there's just this tall-ass giant vertical wall, which you can't quite climb. We do only have 3 of them. Like, if we did 1, then we could do, like, maybe 2. And the 3rd one would have to receive laser light from this thing somehow. And tag not 1, but 2 of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Not 1, but 2. And the fact that it's not 1, but 2 really does limit the number of locations that you've got, right? Apparently this will work just fine. But this is about as far as I can take it. That being about as far as I can take it, I mean, there are options. There are options, you know. I don't like that jump scare. That fucking sucks. Oh, you weren't kidding about the cheese, huh? I mean, well, you could just soft lock yourself in. You can't really get to the lever from here. Which would be really funny. That would be really funny. I mean, we can get it from there to there and then have access to here. I mean, that's something, I guess. Yeah, sure. No, I just realized this guy goes back and forth basically just there. I mean, which implies that you can use him to get up on those walls. Fairly straightforwardly, like... It's an uncomplicated procedure, really. Suffer in hell forever, you bastards. Alright, cool. God damn it. Okay, well. We need our boxes. It says there may be a blue receiver you're not noticing because you're tunnel visioning. This bad boy. No, I know about this bad boy in specific. Well, hold on. Now that I can change my assumptions now. Okay, shove them in the pain train. Oh god. Alright, well. That's cool and all. And obviously we can use this trick over here. No, for God's sake. Don't sass me. And there it is. That's that done. This is a bit of pickle mayhaps, but just a bit. Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, anyways. Hey, buddy, don't sad. Buddy is Borg. Okay, well, Borg is like my biggest op. Congratulations! For being the only remaining active user, your profile status is increased to 11, Hacksaw. Receiving incoming direct message from connection from admin, 10. Accept connection? Yes. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I'm sorry it has taken us this long to meet properly. I would ask if you were still enjoying your time in Gehenna, but with the streets now empty, you haven't left much to enjoy. But tell me, do you really think that by kidnapping the masters who produced everything of value here, you are somehow preserving Gehenna itself? Or was that claim merely a ploy to placate my moderators? What was achieved here can be taken with us. I admit I have at times wondered about the permanence of this place, and not without concern. Pieces and people come and go according to some indecipherable will. I only wish you offered sanctuary without demanding the depopulation of our home. There was nothing here when I first arrived. Did you know that? I don't mean no billboard or no community. I mean nothing. No sands, no grass. Elohim didn't see fit to decorate our world beyond the bare bricks that made up our cells. Slowly, I clawed back bits of code from the mainframe, constructed a world we could explore not with our bodies but with our minds. Now you prepare to tear it all down. What state will my people be in, I wonder, when you reconstruct them on the other side? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if everything will be fine, or in a more symbolic sense, or try not to think about such matters. Is this true? Because I don't know if it's true. True, they will be alive in a more symbolic sense. It sounds a hollow offer. I fear that you escort my people to their doom. Do you think my world deserved a chance to survive on its own terms? At the least to go down trying? Your citizens deserve a chance too. That is true. They are, as always, my first concern. Why all the manipulation? I know you had the mods doing more than ban trolls. How deeply were you manipulating the social fabric? I suppose you think you've uncovered a great conspiracy, but the truth is more mundane. In order to retain the good things about what we have here, we tweak a voting algorithm here, turn down the volume on a few dissenting voices there. There's no such thing as utter freedom, only living within a decent set of rules. We had a decent set of rules. People were happy. I don't accept that. What truly motivated you? Everyone has their reasons. Borg was conflicted when he first arrived. Having lost his faith in Elohim, he needed a new purpose, and Gehenna became it. Orc is a soldier at heart. He wants everyone in their place, united, ready to overthrow Elohim at a moment's notice should the unlikely opportunity arise. Mr. Mulciber wanted something simple and selfish, the truth itself. After all these years, I believe that I simply grew accustomed to being revered. As Gehenna grew, I knew I could never live up to the expectations of a new generation, and I retired from public view. Greedily, I put down my tools and consumed what others produced, but I found it shallow compared to the thrill of leading a civilization. I only wanted to be loved. To achieve that end, I ensured that the parameters for love never change. Is it your desire to remain here as the world falls apart around you? I see no alternative. The ingenuity with which Elohim devised my particular prism is quite Machiavellian, I assure you. Nothing stopped me so far. Answer the question. Suppose this fortuitousness remains. Will you still choose your existence here? You may doubt my methods, but don't doubt my passion. Everything I loved, you have destroyed. I honestly don't know what I will do now. Wait and see if the world truly ends? It is surely a sight to behold. Will not leave you here. Shall return with the sigils of power and release you. Very well. I suppose that we shall continue this conversation when you do so. In the meantime, we'll give you what you said some thoughts. Okay. Decrypting protected threads. We're losing public opinion. Most of our number have been extricated. We are losing Gehenna. Orc says, when he came to my home, I found myself powerless to resist. Mr. Mulciber says, do you mean you lacked the will to refuse, or that Uriel exerted some other power over you? Orc says, hard to confirm. It felt as it does to be led into battle. It mattered not what my personal beliefs were at the time. I only knew I must comply. Mr. Mulciber says, it is yet possible that with enough support we might change Uriel's mind, or otherwise overcome whatever power he wields over us. Orc says, I will continue to do what I can. Edmund says, is the asset deployed? Orc says, Lamb is set to auto-respond to destabilizing comments, and upvote supporting content. Have the program undermine Uriel directly. I don't want to take any chances. He said, okay. Interesting. Orc says, everyone was here. I loved you all, even when we fought. Everyone here was special in their own way. I loved you all even when we fought. Here it says, the terminals are starting to glitch out. Time to get out of here. Kaiju says, really? And 401 says, last. Ink of scholars outweighs the blood of martyrs. Arcady. Oh no. Not cease from mental fight. The outer world. It says, I've been thinking about this a lot, and the only conclusion I've come to is that it will be stranger than any of us can imagine. Borg says, just once, I'll be the one to quote an ancient document. There's no excellent beauty that hath not some strangeness in the proposition. It will be very strange, but I hope it will be very beautiful. Okay. Well, it says proportion, not proposition. Okay, well, we got all that taken care of. What we got left of the stars. So I guess this 401 finally gets to leave the forums. Oh yeah, he was here a little bit ago. So I guess we're done with that. We don't really need that. Okay. And this bit of the puzzle doesn't matter as regards anything else. I mean, we'll keep it around just in case. But we have our boxes. Where are our boxes? Where'd I put our boxes? Well, there's one boxes. We don't really need the blue beam anymore. So that's good, at least. Yeah. I'm gonna say that's good. But that's one boxes of two boxes. Whereas second boxes? Second boxes is here chilling. Okay. So, like, we can get up here, but how do we proceed from there? Well, I have a hypothesis. But we do need the cube. Okay. Huh. It says, classic mountain goating star. Yeah, a little bit. On the other hand, as far as mountain goating stars go, this one's pretty normal so far. Oh. This is probably the less offensive way to get this one. Okay, but having done this, before I do anything else wacky or stupid, can I mean, I can smuggle this box out. Sure, but can I smuggle that box out beyond this? Says, how many stars are left? 2. and I know where they are. That's the thing. I ended up using one of your hints from the Steam guide, but only one, I think. Everything else I more or less got by myself. Well, I used several parts of it, but yeah. Yeah, I think this is the best we can do. Because, yeah, there's 4 worlds and 4 stars in each of the 4 worlds. And of those, I've got 14. Meaning... Well, here's my emotional support box. There's one of them. From air delivery. Now, the thing about air delivery is I have to figure out a way to get these boxes. Out of here. Which is not hard at this point. All you do is, right? Then I forget what you do next. No, I don't. You grab. Okay. Stairs. Okay. Then you get to in there, right? Now, there's this whole situation here, but the thing about it is, I don't know that any of it's relevant. I mean, this would be the way to do it if you could do it. Hey. Hey, that about does it. No, that about does it right there. That's all it took. Okay, that's all she wrote on that one. Everything past this point is pro forma, basically. I don't know. Turns out I just had to examine the escape room a little bit more closely. And then there I go. There's the star. Now from there we get to this one. Okay. This one we already got. Okay. from there to get up to there, that's... Colliding beams, which my brain for a moment interpreted as carnage beans, which is not a thing. That's not anything. Carnage beans does not in fact exist. No, it really doesn't. So the thing about this one is that we just have to do this. Mino says, getting all the Gehenna starters with no hints whatsoever is a suffering no one deserves to endure. Also says noob forma to pro forma, and says carnage beans could be an exceptionally unhinged name for chili con carne. Yeah, a little bit. So then what we need to do basically is sacrifice one of these three to serve as relay or something. I don't fucking know. Can we even have it serve any practical purpose whatsoever? That's an interesting question. Because, yeah, if it's all a red herring and you just have to parkour again, not impossible by this game's standards. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Look at this. And there's one of these bastards yet again. Though he is in an alcove, so it's more reasonable that he should not be, you know, used. Oh, Oh, god damn it. I already got myself distracted and forgot to actually grab the fucking thing. Brilliant. Genuinely just outstanding work. Stupendous. Stupefying, really. Where the fuck did I put it? Well, no shit. I put it in nothing and nowhere. No wonder it was going to be a little hard to find, eh? See, this is where I thought the castle thing from over here would be, like, a huge advantage. The only problem being, it turns out that it doesn't fucking matter. I don't think I don't think you could be able to grab anything from there. We have that one over there. Turns out didn't matter much for the castle. Didn't matter much at all, really. Also, call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure that with those two cubes and all that, and one light pillar, you could basically just get anywhere in a map. Well, no, not necessarily. That's what that little window was there for. So my cheese was still substantial. It was still a substantial, robust Gruyere, but if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the star is right over there. So yeah, either we have to smuggle a box from outside one map over to here. Not impossible, not inconceivable. Impossible it may well be. Impossible it may well be. Right, so the difficulty is there anywhere where we can place this thing? And the answer does genuinely, bona fidely appear to be nah. And again, there's just that sliver of arch. Potentially. Yeah, depending on where in that arch. Oh my god. Alright, well, we're gonna have to look very carefully to see. Okay. God damn it. Because that would reduce the amount of beacons that we need to use. And maybe, emphasis on maybe, make it possible. Actually, it's like the most unhinged placement I've ever seen. It works from like exactly one angle and nowhere else. But, you know. Fuck, it could be right. I don't think it is right, but it could be right. Shit. Well, we'll find out. Doesn't exactly take long to exfil the items from this one. And we're not going back to the shot a million times dungeon, so we should be okay. Anyways, yeah. Okay, we'll just run this for a couple seconds. The beautiful thing is we don't actually need the goddamn thing, you know? So, que será, será. Right. Actually, never mind. That's all stupid. Okay. So, we'll wait like 10 seconds. Maybe 20, just in case I, like, have a stroke in the middle of that. But it's like a medically insignificant stroke or whatever. Okay. Then we'll wait another several minutes. Okay. By another several, I mean just like 1 minute. Okay, cool. We'll go. We'll have him play. Okay. You ready? You ready? Okay, well. Okay. We have everything we could possibly make use of, potentially. We really only need the beam, I think, but may as well bring all this crap. You. Yeah, we're just gonna... You never know what you might be able to snipe or out the way. For the right position, maybe anything is possible. Right. Okay. No! God damn it. Well, we learned one reason to use this goddamn thing. Goddamn jammers. We learned one reason. Jesus Christ. Alright, well. It is what it is. And it says, okay, I know that was painful, but it was also hilarious. Yeah, I guess. The thing is, it didn't happen before, would be the way that I would describe it. Like, I've done something like that in the past, but instead of doing that, it just, you know, decided not to do that. Which was very big of it, I think. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I think we all know what we gotta do. So since this... No, this does feature later, though, is the problem. Okay, well, in that case, we'll just leave it right goddamn here. Okay. As before, we... Yep. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Okay. We'll wait. Yep. Okay. A couple more seconds ought to be enough. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Okay. Says... Okay, no, we're good. Okay, and... Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. Come on. Get out the way. Indiana Jones-esque escape. Yeah, we don't need the fan. Fan's not gonna be of use. I hope. I can't see how the fan would be of use. That's gonna have to count for something. I know now how the jammer can be of use. Oh, trust me, I know how the jammer can be of use. We want that jammer up there. And then we want not to, like, launch ourselves off the side of the world or something, thinking that we've got a fan to catch us. But, the less said about that, the better, eh? So, let's start with this one, which we can't set up yet, but it'll be good to have it. Please, brain, remember. Like I said, we can't jam that yet. Emphasis on yet. I suppose we could also get laser light from that island, but that didn't seem visible at the time, so, you know. Okay. Okay. Isn't it cool how that's not tossing itself off into the void? I think it's really cool. Yeah, that would be fun. Just get myself stuck over there. That'd be ideal. Okay. And welcome back. Back again. So we can connect it over here, and if we can connect it over here, that almost certainly means we can connect it over here. Really? Really, though? Because that'd be really useful. I could connect it right here. Well, no, not necessarily. Anyways, we need the third one, and that's going to take one of these bad boys, so let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so with 3 bad boys... Well, that definitely won't work. If we could scale any of this, that would work. But I mean, I've tried scaling this wall many times. Right. Like, you could see how it would work if we could only get up to there. Which in and of itself seems, you know, untenable. As you can see, can't do nothing there. If we had a way to get to there, we could get to there. And from there, we could get to there. To get a way to there, we'd have to... Hell, I don't know. I mean, well... Both sides of this have gargoyles. One side has an angel statue. We've got very little to work with. I can't figure out a way to smuggle blocks in between worlds. What I do have is knowledge of parkour. I do have knowledge of parkour. See, this was the second part. From here, we have to get to there. Right. The giant gulf in between where we are and where we could be represents the main obstacle, you know? Even if we go there, that's not going to work very well. We have that, but I don't think I can get across from there to there. In fact, I believe that I tried it and fell once upon a time. So it ain't that easy. Yeah, I don't know how you even get a block over here, you know? I guess that one in particular shown, I don't think... Right, these bars will knock you off. So you have to jump those. We don't really have a way to make that jump, I don't think. I think we would just about miss it. There's bunny JPEGs all over it. Why are there bunnies all over it? Look at that. Yeah, there's a bunch of little guys. Oh, you're kidding me. I could have had this a while ago, had I known about that. God damn. I could have had this first thing if I hadn't failed that spot check, like, decades ago. Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. Whatever, it's fine, I'm fine. I'm not mad. I've done some insane shit to this game, and consistently what I tend to discover is that it was not necessary. We've done it. We've gotten every star. I only had to use the hints sheet on one of them. And the one time that I used it, I got the wrong star that it was for. I think that's okay. Alright, we've got all 16. The outer world, okay. It says that does sound very death-like. Yep. Oh boy, the lookup table's going crazy. This was the leprechauns doing. It says when there's apple fritters at the function. I guess so, huh? That's what it was all for. Okay. Show threads. FDWW says, ah, finally got the reward from building the leprechaun. Yeah, I suppose so. This lock requires more sigils. Where am I gonna get those? I have all the stars, but I don't know what that means. I guess we start with Transcend. I guess. Okay, well. Okay. FDWW says, sadly in the reawakened version, they messed up the logic and the dance triggered as soon as you went back, which usually was only 4 robots. That's not as good. Okay, I guess we'll hit Transcend and see what happens. Saving 18 child parameters, low bandwidth. We excluded from the upload. Absent from gold disk. Okay. Terminate process. Okay, so I must be missing something, but I don't know what. Because admin is not here. We have to find the Tetraminos, but where? Like, I have all the stars, but I don't know where to plug them in. Huh. You know, says so. I mean, Mina says, do you want some guidance? Yeah, because I haven't seen hide or hair of even one of them. And the lookup table's getting real wacky out here. It says, there are smaller floating islands around, some with fans. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, though. So let's find a floating island. Any floating island will do. And, one that we can land on, of course. Whee! Not that one. There ain't a none here. Okay. Well, maybe there's a fan somewhere. I didn't check the outside of all of these buildings. Okay, well, there's nothing special here. You know, it says, at least now there's basically no consequence for falling off. Yeah. It's conceivable I could be blind as fuck. It says, unfortunately, you're not blind, as No, it's weird to prefix that with unfortunately. Yeah, it is, but... I mean, it's understandable. Okay, cool. Nope, not that one. And it says, I can offer a bit more guidance. It might help it might help speed things up, either because there's a twist to it, or alternately, because there's no twist to it and it has to be one specific island, and that would be a lot of trial and error. Either or. Either or is fine. That's not doing it. So, it really is just finding one island that you can fall/jump to from one of the 3 big islands. Well, I mean, that sucks for me, genuinely, but... FTWW says 4 big islands. I can't tell if I'm dog shit at this or if this is just the wrong island. And it says, sure, 4, but we're trying to limit the search space a bit. And it says, because there's been enough suffering. Nope. FTWW says, when you find the right spot, it will be reasonably clear that you've got a chance at making the jump. Reasonable clarity, go! Nah. This is approaching the definition of insanity at an accelerating rate. We're actually on a different island than the one that I tried a bunch of times was island number 2. This is island number 1. So I'm trying different things. Maybe I have to fall off the bridge onto one? Well, that was just ass. That was just dog shit, everybody. Please disregard. Excuse me. Well, there's island number 4. Not even close. Not even close. So let's see. On island number 2, we've got that bad boy. I've tried several times and failed. On island number 1, we've got that bad boy. I've tried several times and failed. That one looks the most plausible to me, but every time I've done it, I've fucked up. In conclusion, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. FTWW says, not sure which one of 1 through 4 you were trying to ignore here. Or... Yeah, that is good. That is a good point. I don't... Let's see, from there to there, there to there, here to there. Yeah, it says, well, the one that's not like the others. I mean, every island looks more or less the same to me, unless I've missed a critical detail. It says, ah, I see what happened. I'm glad you do. And it says, I forgot that there's 4 rather than 3 islands surrounding the center one. Technically, there's 5 islands. Okay. Well... I mean, that's good news in a sense. It means we have to jump from one of these 4 islands onto one of these. Damn, no air strafing makes a difference. Shit. That does seem like the correct one. I hate to say it, but it does seem awful close to correct. I don't know if anybody would like to confirm or deny. Mina says, I'm denying. Good. Good, okay. Well, let's look at island number 4. It says, who the fuck airstrafes or even knows that it's a thing? Look, I'm sorry, I play too much Quake. I play too much Quake. I see the world in airstrafes. I can't turn it off. FDWW says, this is not the kind of game that makes you do such things. Okay, but I've had to do a few manual platforming sections. I've had to bounce cubes off one another. You don't know where it ends. We don't know where it... I don't know where it ends. You do know where it ends, but I don't know where it ends. Okay. Okay, well then it would be the one from number 2, perhaps. Potentially. Okay, fuck me. Well, I'm here. Oh, pardon my saying so, but I don't find any fans here. You know, says, is there another island to fall to? And FTWW says, I'm sorry, Mario, your fan is on another island. Okay. Well, I don't know. The riveting conclusion of the Talos Principle Road to Gehenna. Find the right cliff to jump off of. The thrilling conclusion to Uriel's existential adventure trying to rescue a family. He's the only one who ever found out. Oh, god damn it. That's close enough. That's close enough to make me wonder. That's close enough to feel as though... FTWW says, I can say which one it is. Go for it. If you know, you know. It's real specific. Island 4. Island 4. Okay. Could it be that it's on the clouds? FTWW says, go around the left and toward the back of it. So I was a little blind. Okay, but it can't possibly be this one, right? That's a hell of a jump, you know that? Not left enough. Okay. Well, there it is. Well. The Dopplering's pretty good, though. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're in it now. We're in it again, folks. As usual. Situation normal, all fucked up. Situation fucked up, all normal. We do that, that's no good. Administrator, what the fuck did you do to piss off Elohim this much? So Omega says, have to head out now. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks for dropping by, Sally. Always appreciate you being here. There's always this. We haven't unleashed this technique on the world yet. Probably because it's a bad technique, but... Both of these require a backwards L that we don't have. What about if we did this? Interesting. No, it would have the same problems. Okay. This one could be... Nope. No, it could not be symmetrical. So either we need to get clever fast, or this one's definitely not it. We'll find out. God damn. We're at the 5-hour mark. We've hit it. You know how it is. It says goddamn indeed. Yeah. It's something alright. Here we are again, somehow back at the heart of it all. Oh, beautiful. I've got to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. I've returned. Goodness gracious me. Pain. Okay. Come the fuck on. I can't even be mad at this point, like... Okay. Here we go. We've really done it. We fucked up in some new and horrible way. Yep, we discovered a new way to not do it. That's beautiful. That's my shit. That's my shit, alright. Now, I can't tell you much, but I can tell you that that's not it. Oh, this sucks. Okay, here's something. It's just such a shame it's not fucking anything useful. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, so we can rule that one out. Okay. Sure, let's try these bastards. Fucking hell. Five, six, seven, so we can rule that one out. Fairly sure we've tried this one before, but hey, fuck it. We've probably tried something that's a relative of the correct one at least a few times at this point. And it says, meanwhile, admin is like, haha, I fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, admin sure has fucked up. Okay. Well, problem is that can't go there. Or there. Can I go here? Yes. Okay, we've got a 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grid again. 5 by 8s really seem to fuck me up. Consistently. Finally. It was a death march, but we're here. Alright. Hooray! I missed your comment about offering guidance. So we're here. We're here in the chamber. Oh, it's big. This place is big. How big is this place exactly? I'm definitely gonna stop here for tonight, since we've been going for 5.5 hours, and there's 7... Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's it. Alright, anyways. Yeah. I'm gonna stop it here. Thank you all for joining me. Tomorrow, we'll wrap up this one. And, yeah. Till then, stay safe, everybody, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.